What's up, friends? Welcome to Wednesday Sprints. I am starting a little bit earlier today. I did put a schedule out and I'll let everybody know what the rest of my plans were for the month of May. And I also let everybody know in Discord that we were starting a little bit earlier today because we're supposed to be having a middle grade March book club meeting to discuss the 9 moons of Han Yu and Luli. Excellent book. I am still reading it. I don't have much more to go in it. So I should be able to finish it, I would think, within like the first sprint. But I'm loving it. It's amazing. First book by Karina Jan Glazer, but she is the author of The Vanderbeekers, which I've heard of, but I've never read. So I need to finish that for sure. But anyway, welcome to my Wednesday community. I'm so excited to see y'all today. And for anyone who is new to Cat's Novel Adventures, welcome. Please introduce yourself. We have a friendly community. We'd love to know what you're reading, doing. Maybe you're crocheting tonight. Maybe you're just meditating. Doesn't really matter what you're doing. We're just hanging out as a community, spend some time together, getting some stuff done in a fun, friendly atmosphere. And for anyone who is watching after the fact, welcome as well. Let us know what you got up to if you'd like to share. So, as I mentioned, I will be finishing the 9 moons of Han Yu and Luli. This is a dual timeline story, very interesting, takes place in China very long ago, 731 to be exact. And then it takes also the second timeline is New York, 1931. So very interesting. Love the characters, enjoying it so much. Lots of peaks and valleys. My eyes leaked a little bit here and there just because of their circumstances. But I know there are quite a few people in our community who was also reading that for the middle grade March book club. When I finish, I will be diving into my last zombie book. I did not get to all of my zombie books on my pile of possibility, which I knew that, but this is one of the ones that was on my priority list. So as of right now, I think I'm going to read everything that I prioritized for the month of May, and that makes me very happy. But this is by Rebecca Cuthbertson. It is her debut novel. It was published in June of last year. So I'll be starting this one with my eyeballs. Come on in, Bailey. I think we're starting to get thunder. We're supposed to get rain again. And then I also need to start Agnes Aubert's mystical, I want to say mystical cat shelter. This is by Heather Fawcett. This is for the Cozy Cottage Book Club, which is Saturday, which I'm hoping I'm going to be able to attend because my husband has a company work event. It's like family day, and I'm going to be attending it with him. And the book club, of course, is right smack dab in the middle of it. But if he can set me up in the office and I can get on Discord, then I will attend this. So I have these 2 books I need to get to. Now, I have a little more time to read this one because May ends on Sunday, but I really need to prioritize this one. But I can listen to this on audio. This I have to read with my eyeballs. So anyway, that is what is up with me. I am still doing my movie challenge for Zombie-thon. I am on letter W, which is We Bury the Dead. I'm switching from what I originally had because I think the We Bury the Dead is going to be better, just based on like reviews and stuff that I've seen. And I have really watched some horrible zombie movies this time. Not all of them, but just a few that I was just like kind of left a bad taste in my mouth. And I'm like, you're like really making the zombie genre like not like cast in good light. But anyway, so that is what I'm up to. Let's see what you all are up to. So Heidi's here. Hello. I'm reading Doomsday Book by Connie Willis. It is very good, and there is light humor throughout this time travel story back to the Middle Ages. That sounds like fun. Carmen's here. Hi, everyone. I'm reading Nightmares, the Sleepwalker Tonic by Jason Siegel today. I have a Nightmares book. I might have more than one Nightmares book. Are you liking it? Is that like, what number is it? I don't think that's the first one because I don't recognize that title. And then Halco's here. Woohoo! Halco, so happy to see you here on a Wednesday. Alicia's here. Happy birthday, Alicia! Just joining, hoping to get some reading done before dinner. We need to sing you happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Alicia. Happy birthday to you. Let me see if I can get you balloons. Balloons, something. Woo! Confetti. Maybe some balloons. Maybe. I don't know. It's always delayed, but maybe some hearts. Hearts. Yes. All for Alicia. And Amy's here. Happy Wednesday, my friend. And hello, Cameron. I love seeing all my friends. All my friends, how are y'all? And my kindred spirit here. Haven't been able to read anything lately, but I've been watching stuff for Zombie-thon. Excellent. Remember, you just have to read, watch, listen, look. I mean, you could look at a zombie painting and that would count for participating in Zombie-thon. I would be thrilled with that. And I will read your book club book next month. Yay! It's a romance. But I think it's going to be a sweet one. I really do think it's going to be a sweet one, and I'm looking forward to it. And it takes place in the English countryside. So very, very fun. Amy is listening to Bodies of Work by Clay McLeod Chapman and coloring in a zombie pop art coloring book. That sounds like fun. I love that. I have loved seeing all the different pictures that our friends have been coloring in the Zombie-thon Discord. So nice. I love it. And hello, Angela. Angela's telling the chat hello as well. I finished 9 Moons and absolutely loved it. What is friendship, right? I know. I just absolutely love this book. And I'm so glad that I found out about it in enough time that I could read it and have enjoyed it so much. I would have been sad if I would have missed out on this one. But that's one thing I love about the Middle Grade March Book Club, as well as the Cozy Cottage Book Club. They have introduced me to so many amazing books and authors that I'm so grateful for that journey, because I don't think I would have ever heard of this book, but I loved it. I loved it so much. I mean, I'm loving it. I have not officially finished it, but I can tell you right now it's 5 stars. Unless it goes totally off the rails within the last couple of chapters, I can't even imagine. And I wonder if the Cozy Cottage Book Club would like Autumn Crow. I'm reading The Haunted Mass for my next book, Goosebumps reading vlog. I don't know, Cameron, because some of the stories I would classify as cozy, but some of them might be a little spooky for some of my Cozy Cottage friends in there. I don't know. It would be fun if we could, but I don't know. Some of them might be kind of spooky. You do have like a really amazing spook factor to your stories. Alicia, happy birthday. And hey, my phone stopped notifying me of your lives for some reason. Your phone doesn't like me, Travis. That's the bottom line. It just doesn't like me. And thank you. You're welcome. I'm so excited that today is your birthday. Birthdays are so important, at least in my opinion. I love birthdays. I love people's birthdays. It just means that you're here with your friends another year and all the wonderful memories you still get to make with everybody. I love it, love it, love it. More happy birthdays to our sweet Alicia. Yep. Woot woot. And thank you. Thank you. She is thanking Cameron and Helco and Amy and Travis. I've been at work, had a stupid, pointless 3-hour training. Also got news that I didn't get the big opportunity I was hoping for. But I'm moving on and continuing to apply. Yeah, keep applying. Keep applying. You know, it's like auditioning, Travis. And you've been in theater. I mean, you've taken theater classes and you've been in the theater. And it's the same thing when you audition. I mean, you just keep auditioning and eventually you're going to land a part. So it's the same thing. And you got to kind of think about it too, that maybe it's not the right time or place for you at this moment, that your job is affording you to do something else that you can continue doing for the moment, even though you're being terrorized by your horrible boss. But I don't know, it's given you a thicker skin, that's for sure, because she is not the nicest person. And finishing the last 100 pages of the Calamity Club, I can see this being made into a movie. Well, welcome, Anne. I'm glad you've enjoyed your book. Hello, Eleanor. Happy birthday, Alicia. I hope to watch Kingdom Ashen of the North later today. I hope you enjoyed as much as my husband and I did. It is a wonderful origin story. And Anne finished the last, okay, you just said that one. We got double comments for you. And I'm going to be starting A Clockwork Orange today. You're brave. I won't be here later. We have friends coming over to play Magic and chill, which I need to. Totally understandable, and that is fine. You need to have that downtime. You need that self-care. And thank you, Eleanor. And yeah, I was thinking some of the stories might be too much. Yeah, there's a couple in there that I would be like, I met with Mary. She's one of my friends. I mean, I've been knowing them for years now, so I consider them friends. But Mary and I were having a conversation about, like, scary things, and I was telling her about how I was doing Zombie-thon, and so she was just saying that she doesn't really do like scary things because she just can't do it. It would have to be something that's really subtle, like maybe old-fashioned horror. But even like Dracula, she said gave her the willies. So yeah, I don't know. We're gonna find lots of people to read Autumn Crow all across the world. It has been a year, but looking forward to the coming year. Yes, another year of making memories. And Angela read "And Every Morning the Way Home Gets Longer and Longer" by Frederick Bachman yesterday. Oh my goodness, I had to bypass the Kleenex and get a warm washcloth to get through those 86 pages. Yeah, I now that I know from reading A Man Called Uva what type of a writer Frederick Bachman is, I now know going into any of his books that it's going to be more of an emotional read. So I have to be prepared for that. And if there is a little bit of humor mixed into any of his books, just like embrace it as like, "Ooh, wow, that's a pleasant surprise." Because, I went into A Man Called Uva thinking one thing and came out totally different. And I do think it did impact my enjoyment of the book. So that's why I think, sometimes it's not good to have these preconceived notions of what you think, or these or high expectations or whatever going in sometimes, because expectations can lead to disappointment if they're not met. Jen's here. Hi all. I didn't get the notification that you started. I have 2 chapters left in Hanyu and Luli. Then who knows? I spent the day decluttering and throwing things away, so I need to decompress tonight. I hope you're enjoying Hanyu and Luli. They are precious. I mean, I can't even imagine. If I was them, I would have given up. Well, especially with Hanyu in his circumstances, I think I would have given up like a long time ago. I think I'm strong, but then I read what they go through and I'm like, I don't know if I would have had the stamina, or the wherewithal to continue. But I'm glad you're here, and I'm sorry you didn't get the notification. That's a bummer. I don't know. I don't even know if the notification bell works, honestly. Sometimes I get notifications like after the fact, and I'm like, I have been on the live stream for like 15 minutes and I'm just getting a notification. This is so odd. And happy birthday to Alicia from Jen. I did some book shopping, and I have been birthday shopping, had some cheesecake, a barbecue, get to choose dinner tonight, Culver's, and my book club sprints. That sounds wonderful, especially the book shopping and the birthday shopping. And thank you to Jen from Alicia. I don't know if my skin can get thicker at this point. I'm like a brick. Maybe you're like an alligator or a crocodile. Which one has thicker skin? Amber's here. Hi, only here for a bit since I'm heading to a doctor appointment soon, but hope to be back quick because the migraine I've had for a week has made reading tough. I need these sprints. And I'm sad that you're having a migraine. Do you think it's weather related? Because if you're in an area that's like my area has been, I feel like we're in a rainforest. I feel like I've been living in a rainforest. I feel soggy. I feel like I'm going to be like growing mold soon. It's just, and then humid on top of it. Like today was so humid. I'm like, and we may be getting more rain. So happy, happy, joy, joy. And I told you we now have the tile and it gets installed on June 8th. I think that is amazing. I'm so excited. Very, very excited. And says, hey, hey, Kristen, welcome. Krista over at Books and Jam reads great books. So many great recs. I love to 30 books with elderly protagonist video. I still have to watch it. I am extremely behind on all of my YouTube videos. In fact, I think I'm going to have a marathon. I think I'm going to schedule a marathon of everybody's videos that I have missed. And it's just going to be a block of time. And I'm going to just, you know, be like num 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 on my videos because I am behind, and it is because I've been so super focused on Zombiethon, and which is a lot of fun, but just a lot with my film adventures. And you don't realize how much time that entails. So that's where my watching focus has been. But I'm having a great time with it, except for a couple of the stinkers that I watched. But yeah, I love that, she has so many cool books that she comes across with middle grade. You think I feel like I'm pretty well versed in this, subject or in this genre. And then you find somebody and you're like, where have all these books been hiding? But I mean, it's virtually impossible for us to read everything out there, which is kind of sad to think about. And I love the book, but it is 600 plus pages, so it's a heavy book, not helping my arthritis in my hand. Oh no. You need a special thing to place it on, and have one of those things that can hold your pages. And hey, hey, Jasmine. Hey to everyone. Hoping to wrap up here at work for the day, but also looking to finish season 2 of The Walking Dead by the end of May for Zombiethon. Excellent. Amy's been doing really well with her Walking Dead rewatch. She's on season 3 and she's hoping to finish by the end of this month, which I think is amazing. I need to finish Fear the Walking Dead. That's what I need to do. I should make that a priority during the summer. And I did get also my free Starbucks today as well, so the day is perfect. I've heard that you can get free Starbucks on your birthday, and I've never tried that. Isn't that crazy? Jen, my phone hates cat too, apparently. My phone does. Yes, I wanted to cry for both of them. I know. There were so many instances where I'm just like, really? It's like their situations are so dire. And I'm just like, why universe are you so unfair with these sweet people? Because they really are good people. It's just so unfair. So yeah, my eyes, I had some eye leakage a couple of times throughout. And it's been happening a lot lately, a lot lately. I just got it. Yeah. Yeah. So it's bizarre. And I have bread in a jar on my desk at work and watched it slowly mold for science. That's kind of gross. Amber says, I'm hoping it's weather related, but no pain meds are working, so it makes work so difficult. Fingers crossed they help me out this appointment. Yes, we will be sending lots of positive vibes your way and lots of love and hearts. Look at that, all that. Yes, we want good results. Frederick Bachman knows people inside and out. Those are my most favorite kinds of books to read. I love reading about the human condition. I do too. I guess and maybe I would give Uva another shot and read it another time, like as time passes by, and then maybe I read it with my eyeballs instead of reading it, listening to it. That could have had something to do with it also, depending on the narrator, how that comes across. But I don't know. I want to read Beartown because Pages with Paige, it's Pages with Paige. She's got a book club and they are reading the whole trilogy. And so I wouldn't mind like reading Beartown and seeing how I feel about that. But I know that one's a very tough one to read. But if I go into it knowing that, I'll have those expectations, you know? Hello, Chris. Good to have another stream. So glad you're here with us. What you're going to be up to? And then Allie's here. Hello, everyone. Currently reading The Money Makeover by Dave Ramsey. Ooh. How are you liking it? Did you just start it or you been in the middle of it? And I've never seen it before, but I've been enjoying the Walking Dead world. Yay. It's one of my favorite TV shows. I really do love it. I think partially because I really love the characters and their writers knew how to write really great characters that you care about. So, yeah, and they're really good about writing characters for you to despise because there are quite a few of them in that world that I absolutely despise for so many different reasons. I will say. And The Walking Dead season 2 is my favorite. I'm trying to finish Fear 2. Yes, I'm on the last season, and it's like I get to a point and then I get stuck and then I don't ever go back to it. I guess because I don't really watch a ton of television. So, I so I'm picking and choosing, and a lot of times my husband and I are watching. And Barry started watching The Walking Dead and Fear the Walking Dead with me, and then because of his job, when he started working at Nalco, he had to get up so early. He has not ever watched the whole entire series. So that's one of the things that if we ever do a rewatch. So yeah, I do enjoy The Walking Dead though. And have you read Zombie Tag by Hannah Makowitz? It's a cute middle grade. No, I have not. Let me write that down. Zombie Tag, I've never even heard of it. That's another thing. I have not. I'll do research on zombie books, and a lot of times you see the same zombie titles. Um, and I don't know if it's because whoever reviews them doesn't think these are worth mentioning, but that's kind of unfair if you think about it. I'm writing that one down. I won't get to it this year, but I can look for it for next year for sure. Yeah, and I have decided, and I mentioned this before, I have decided I am going to try to read the rest of my zombie books on my pile of possibilities that I chose this month just because I want to read them and I want to have them done. So that way next year I can have a fresh pile of possibilities to choose from. There's a zombie book that's going to be published by Joe Salazar in August. And I want to be able to pick that one up. So I have that one on my radar as a new book to add. And they're just books that are on my shelf. I want to get back to the Enemy series by Charlie Higson. I read the first book and I really liked it. And I've been having the second one. So there's books that I want to prioritize for next Zombie-thon and, add these as I go. That's my plan anyway. Hello, Alex. I'll be reading my 100 Trails of a Lifetime book, which has been enjoyable, but I'm so slow because I daydream too much while going through it. How are you, Kat? I'm doing fine, Alex. So happy that you're here. And you know what? It's okay if you're daydreaming because you're thinking about your own hikes that you're going to have because of it. And it's okay to be slow with your reading. That means you're soaking it in, really enjoying it. Did you enjoy your red beans? I did. And the new rice that we got. I forgot to tell you that. It is a rice called Parish, and it's supposed to be low glycemic and high protein. Now, you may have already heard of this, but anyway, it was good. It's very good. It's kind of like sticky kind of rice, but it's delicious. How was your steak? Did you and Keaton enjoy your steaks? And my friend by My Friends by Bachman was really good. Yeah, I've heard great things about him as an author. And hello to Allie from Alicia. I started it yesterday. It's good for self-help finance book. Yeah. I've got to make my budget. That's on my list. That's going to be summer plans. It really makes me wonder how I'd handle things personally. Well, I will say that something that I have noticed that I've had an epiphany about the zombie subgenre and zombie movies and zombie books is that it amazes me when people live in present time and they're going through a zombie apocalypse that they don't acknowledge that they could possibly be dealing with zombies. So I I like the fact that in shows like Santa Clarita Diet, that book that The Night of the Living, Deb, that was a movie that I watched this month. What was there was another movie. Oh yes, Unhuman, where there's acknowledgement that, oh man, this person is acting like a zombie, kind of thing. Because that's what my husband and I, when we're watching, we're like, first of all, why are people not running? Why do people stare for eons at somebody getting their face eaten by a zombie and do not run? I mean, yes, there's an emotional attachment to it, but as that person is being eaten, you have a window where you can get away, and they don't get away. So I'm just like, why are we just staring? It's just things like that just drive me crazy. So then my dad was watching a movie with us. Oh yeah, he was watching The Nightmare City, and then we watched a movie afterwards. I can't remember which one it was. Oh, the horrible one, Range 15. Oh, please, nobody ever watch Range 15, ever. I gave it a half star. And the only reason it got a half star is because Sean Astin, William Shatner, and Danny Trejo are in it, and that's the only reason it got a half star. Otherwise, it would have got no stars, and I would have had to make a note, no stars. It was terrible. But my dad was like, same thing. Why are you doing this or whatever? And so finally, I just told my dad, it's because the director told them to. Because I'm like, I get it. We wouldn't have a horror, movie if we did what we would do, right? If the characters did what you really would do. I don't know. I feel like I'm pretty prepared for the zombie apocalypse. And I think we do need people that don't, are clueless and stuff, because that's going to benefit you, the survivor. I know that sounds really mean, but it's the truth. The Beartown trilogy was beautiful but tough to get through. My fave by that author is Anxious People. I think I might have a copy of that one. It was quirky and beautiful, and he did a great job showing how people can come together. Love that. I think I have a copy of Anxious People because I picked up one of his books at the Friends of the Library store. And trying to dig out of 5,200 of debt and stay out of debt. That sounds like a great plan. Yes, because, when you're in debt, you're like a hostage to your debt. And Travis said, I just refuse to believe that Negan and Maggie are teamed up in a spinoff. Makes zero sense to me and irritates me. Well, until I actually watch that spinoff, I'm not going to say anything about it because perhaps something happens. I know towards the end of the Walking Dead season, there were moments. And I guess you have to kind of think to yourself, if you can redeem, is it possible to redeem? And how much are you able to forgive? So it brings those, questions in there, And Beartown is great, Kat. I'll be reading the second book in the trilogy this winter. It's hockey. I've heard that. So I'm excited. And you can do it, Allie. And I think I'm going to read more of Dead Fake by Vincent Ralph. I like that title. And Hey to Alex from Alicia. And thank you. I know I can. It's estimated I'll be out of debt by 2030. But if I can do more than 100 per month per bill, I could get out of debt faster. That's true. And you never know. You might have a windfall. You might have some money come to you in a way. You could get a raise. There's all kinds of things that could bring money in your path also. And hey to Alex and chat from Allie. And like I said, zombie apocalypse sounds like the perfect therapy. I could get out so much anger. Well, I will tell you, Amy did the watch party for The Resort, And one of the people who attended the resort was going there as a form of therapy. But if anything, it just traumatized the poor person more. And Alex said the steak was very nice. The second one that marinated longer was better. Big surprise. And hi, Allie, Alicia, and Jasmine. And I'm taking a reprieve from Bachman and diving into the Emma M. Lyon Volume 1 series tonight. Awesome. And hey to Travis and Angela, all from Alex. And I don't care, no forgiveness. And hey to Alex, miss you. Sorry I've been swamped this year. I miss your lives. And hello, Zach. How are you? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Okay, so we'll go on to our first sprint. I got to watch the time. That's why I started earlier today because so I can get off in time. Kaylin's popped in. Hello, I've missed you guys. That's because you've been jet setting to London. Y'all, I have to show you the picture when we come back that Kaylin sent me of what she discovered in London. And hello from Robin. How are you, Robin? Hope you're doing well. So we'll do our first sprint because I got to jump back into my Hanyu and Luli book. There we go. I'm going to share that. And Robin said my bus was late, so I probably won't be on later. Well, I'll be hopping off about 7:30 today, Robin, just because I have a book club meeting. And we'll watch it later. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. Tell us what you got up to, Robin, if you watch later. And hey to Alex from Angela. Okay, let's get started. And happy sprinting, everyone. Travis says, I won't be back. So good night, all. Good night. Let me see if I can give you hearts and love. Yes, even in the little screen. Bye, Travis. Welcome back. Let's see. How did everybody do? I finished. I still have to read the author's note, but I don't want to talk about it because I got very emotional at the end, and that's all I'm going to say. Otherwise, it's going to make me cry to talk about it. Jen finished too, and I don't know if she got emotional also, but yeah, very emotional. But I loved it so very much. 5 stars. Travis left us, and Alicia was saying good night to Travis. And Swank popped in. Howdy, everybody. Happy World Otter Day. Happy Flip Flop Day. Happy Grape Popsicle Day. Angela also told Travis good night. And then Linda popped in. Hello, Linda. Carmen popped out and said for us to have fun, all of us to have fun. I had told Carmen good night in the chat, but then it has an error, so I don't guess it popped up for her to see. But Carmen, thank you for being here. Grandma Susan is here. Good afternoon to all. This is where Jen said she finished 9 Moons and loved it so much. At that point, I was on page 374, and they had a whole scene with pigeons, and Jen loved that part too. I love how animals had such a role in both timelines. Yes, I do. I do. It made it even more special. And Jen is here. Hi, Cat and friends. I hope y'all all well. I'm listening to the audiobook for World War Z and working on an American Gothic and speculative lit course. Yay! How is World War Z on audiobook? I heard that it's pretty good. If I'm not mistaken, it's a full cast, correct? And then Whimsical. Hello. Hey guys. First time seeing this channel in my feed, but this seems nice. I'm working on a drawing right now. Very nice. Well, welcome. We appreciate you being here. And we are a friendly group, I will say. And Andy says, hey, hi, Cat and friends. Popping in to say hi. Hello, Andy. Hi. So happy you're here. Jen was welcoming Whimsical. And Jen said that was productive for a sprint. I finished 9 Moons, ordered food, took out a lot of garbage from my declutter week, and put my donations out for pickup. Yes, you get a huge gold star. Very nice. Allie got to page 192 in Total Money Makeover. Excellent. And it's okay to cry. No, I won't stop. I mean, because it's like that's why I got off camera, because I thought I could blink it back, and I'm like, I could not. And then it just kept getting as it was going on. I'm like, okay, I'm going to be sobbing here in about a second. It was so good, so touching, and did so well. So happy. Alicia got to page 205 of 288 in her book. Hubby is home from work, so we're going to be getting dinner soon. Culver's, woot woot. We don't have a Culver's here. So I wish I knew what they had. I bet you it's good food if you're going there for your birthday. Amy made coffee, got 30% into her book. Excellent progress. Swank got to page 24 in Hollow Kingdom. I really like it so far. Love hearing that. Matthew, hi everyone. Happy Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to you too. I hope you're doing well, Matthew. Hey, Jacqueline. She's saying hi to me and friends. I finished 9 Moons this morning. It was wonderful. Looking forward to the chat tonight for sure. Me too. I hope they put the chat up. When I checked earlier, I didn't see anything. So I hope that they did put it up there for us to join later today. I don't know if you got emotional with it, Jacqueline, like I did, but I don't know. I had moments in the beginning, but towards the end, like I was just, I don't know. I felt like we were on this journey with both of these characters, and both of them had tough things that they had to deal with. So I'm so happy that, it all worked out the way it needed to work out. And hello, Amanda. Welcome. And I fell asleep. Kristen, that's your body saying you need to sleep. You needed to rest, need to recharge. Cameron read some more Haunted Mass. This book holds up so well. I need to read that one. I've seen the TV show, but I have not ever read it. I need to get that one. I should make a point of getting that one for my Goosebumps collection and reading it for Halloween time. I do have the graphic novel of it though. And Angela wants to read the poems of Du Fu now. There's around 1,000 or more. Wow. Yeah, I haven't read the author's notes. So I want to read that and just check out some of the resources that the author used to write the book. I love books like this that are historical fiction and gets you thinking about what the time was like. Both time periods, are significant in history, and yeah, I just thought it was wonderful, very wonderful. And hey, to she's saying whimsical narratives, but it's whimsical from Alicia. And Eleanor said, read a few chapters in The Murder at World's End. Hope you're enjoying that. Kaylin said, I'm reading this old picture book called Daisy by Stephen Cosgrove. He wrote a bunch of these whimsical stories that are cutely illustrated. I've never heard that before. To check that out. And Alicia's saying hi to Whimsical. And Jen says, I'm enjoying World War Z. It is a full cast. I'm a sucker for an epistolary format. It lends authenticity to a fictional story. So many points of views too made the zombie plague feel real. Yeah, that's the one thing I have to say about Max Brooks with his writing, because you see the same thing with Devolution also, is that, you're getting all the journal that our main character is writing during this massacre. And I like the full cast. They had some good narrators in it, but also you felt like it really happened. And that was the same thing, I think, with World War Z. And I think that's the big difference between the book as well as the movie. Now, I have not read World War Z. It's been a long time since I read it last, but I read it with my eyeballs. So I think if I ever reread it, I will try to listen to it since I enjoyed Devolution on audiobook. And hi, Jen from Swank. And Culver's nice custard and butter burgers. That sounds yummy. Hey, Shannon, made friends with the like button. Thank you, my friend. And hi, Paula, swinging by to hug on the like button. Well, we appreciate that. I hope you've been doing well, Paula. And got back from dropping off kiddo to therapy and going to an appointment. Well, good luck with your appointment. And Allie said, made friends with the like button. Thank you. I appreciate it. And you will love it. It's the best one. Well, I love the TV show. To me, the TV show, I haven't seen all of the Goosebumps television shows, but to me, that is one of the scariest ones, in my opinion. And I mean, it's not just like the first couple of times I've seen it. Like every time I see it, I'm like freaked out about certain aspects about it. I don't want to say anything in case anybody hasn't seen it, but there's scenes in it that you're just like, oh my gosh, this is awful. And Matthew says, I'm still reading Cell on page 207 of 350, liking it so far. Good, I'm glad. I think I told you, I feel like Cell is one of King's underrated novels. It doesn't get enough love. And the chat video link is posted. Yay! I was just checking a little bit ago. The book warmed my heart for sure when I started seeing how the two timelines were going to interconnect. I know. I was like, it's just amazing when you think about like histories, like if you knew like even your own personal history, like what people, your ancestors were doing at that moment. And if you have something, in your family that made it, from that long ago. And then, I mean, the scene that really got to me was when they went to the preview, and they had the special moment alone with the artifact or whatever, just in case anybody wants to read it. That really did, because it's like, letting go of something so personal, but knowing that it would benefit so many people, not just the family, but like anybody that came in contact with it. And I've been to the Metropolitan Museum of Art, and it's such a beautiful place. You can't see it in just one, a couple of hours. There's so much to see. And when I went, I specifically was looking for items, from Miss Basil E. Frankweiler specifically. But there's just so much to see, there. It's just absolutely beautiful. So I loved, having a point of reference, and like I can like close my eyes and envision, you know, like still in memory of what the place looked like on the inside, on the outside, and just remembering Andrew and I walking, in the different parts of the museum. It was amazing. And yes to Kaylin. And hello to Jen from Alicia. And hi, Swank and everyone from Jen. And enjoy, Alicia. Haven't been to Culver's in years. And hi to Jen. World War Z book was great and so different from the movie. Yes. Yeah, that's why I always ask people if whenever they say they're going to read World War Z, I'm like, have you seen the movie? Because I find people who have watched the movie first always seem to dislike the book. Like they're disappointed in it. It's like, well, that's because Hollywood got a hold of World War Z and put their whole spin on it. But to me, World War Z, the book, needs to be appreciated all on its own. Alex is not a big zombie reader, a big zombie person in general, and she really enjoyed World War Z, the book, and how it was set up. Now she won't watch the movie, but had she watched the movie, I don't know. I don't know how she would have felt about it. And hello from M. How you doing, M? I like the movie adaptation of World War Z, but I'm loving the book. Yeah, to me, they're like two separate things going on. It's like their own thing. It's just like you have World War Z written by Max Brooks, and then you got World War Z, a totally different movie. Like it just shares the same name as the book. That's the way I look at it. It was good, well done, in its own right. Gave us a different way of looking at zombies, but to me, it's a totally different entity. They just the only thing they share is the same name. That's my opinion on it. Time to get dinner. Be right back. Well, enjoy your dinner, Alicia, and happy birthday again. And hi to M from Jen, and hi to Jen from M. M and Jen. Okay, so let's go ahead and get our Mad Libs taken care of. And enjoy your dinner, Alicia, says Allie. So this one's going to be kind of short, but it should be fun. So I need to get started with a plural noun. And if Zach is still in the chat, Zach, please give me your adjective. So we're going to start off with a plural noun. So if you give me a plural noun, we need a lot of nouns. So, and depending on what the noun is, may plug into something different as well. So Amanda's going to start us off with frogs. So let me just make sure I don't have any specific animals on here. Okay. Perfect. So frogs is our first. Oop. Bottles. I missed yours, Jen. So Jen was next on my list. So candles and then bottles. So since you were next, I'm going to put you in the plural noun down here. So that's going to be candles. Then bottles down here. Okay, that bottles was Amy's. And cows. And then I got another plural noun right there. So that should take care of all of my plural nouns. Zach says my adjective will be tebzenkent, which means withered or decaying. Oh, I'm going to have to learn how to pronounce that. I think Zach likes to see me not be able to pronounce. It's what I'm famous for, not being able to pronounce things correctly. And it's going to be funny because of what it's describing, Zach. So perfect. Okay, Swing says a waffle iron. Okay, that's hilarious. Especially if the waffle iron is on. It's going to be terrible. Wesson says dogs. Okay, well, I'm going to change dogs to dog, which is going to be funny. Tabescent. Okay, Tabescent. That's funny. That is funny considering. Okay, so I do need other nouns, but they don't have to be plural nouns, just nouns. This is very noun heavy. Amy said a crayon. This one is going to be funny, I think. Oh, gosh. Okay, M says roller coaster. I'm laughing because this is funny. Okay, Allie says cat. Oh, no. That's awful. Lotion. Okay. I know it's unfair because I can see what's going to happen. Seahorse. Okay. An elf. Okay. A mushroom, which is specifically a type of food. So I'm going to put that in my type of food. Thank you, Jen. I don't have to specifically ask for that. Very good. Matthew says Ronald McDonald. Okay. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, no. I shouldn't be reading this while I'm doing it. Oh, my goodness. Okay, so now let me see what I have here. Let me make sure I have all my nouns. Okay, so Jen of Pages and Chaos, I need you to change shovel to an adjective. Angela, I need you to change dumbbell to an adjective. Swank, I need you to change pogo stick to an adverb. Zach, I need you to change anglerfish to an adjective. Your favorite thing, adjectives. It puts the lotion in the Mad Libs. Oh, that's right. Okay. And then, so M, since you're the last one that I see here, please give me an adjective. Okay, so Jen needs to give me an adjective. Angela needs an adjective. Swank needs an adverb. Zach needs an adjective. And M is going to give me an adjective. And we will be finished with our adjectives and our one adverb. So, and then we will be finished. I feel like I have to go back to play music during this time, or I'm going to have to make my own music. Ooh, Jen, hoity-toity. That's perfect. Oh my gosh, this is going to be funny. Funny. Angela says crusty. Ooh. Ooh. Depending on how you look at it. Zach has enchanted. That's funny. Quickly. Good. Disturbed. We're going to get down with the sickness, y'all. Okay, let me make sure I have not missed anything. Yes. Okay, this one is going to be funny. I Googled funny adjective, and that was the first one that came up. That's hilarious. Okay, well, when we come back from our sprint, the story I'll be reading to you is called Next Door Neighbors. next door neighbors. So it's going to be funny. It really is going to be funny, I think, just looking at it so far. Oh, okay. So we are going to go on our next sprint, which will be 45 minutes. So let's get our clock up. Let's share that. We're going to start. Zach says, get down with the sickness. Yep. Disturb is awesome in concert if y'all haven't seen it. Ooh, can't wait. Okay, happy sprinting, everyone. And welcome back. How did everybody do? I um I finished the author's note in the middle grade March book. Very interesting. Love learning some additional information. Janet Pages and Chaos, you must have loved the fact that it took place in New York City and probably have been in parts of the city that were mentioned. It was nice finding out what was real and she pulled from, and then what she kind of, did her magic for the other part of it. And it was nice, like Angela was saying, Dufu was a real poet. And there are thousands of poems. So it's interesting. And, it's like you want to check out some of the poetry. So, yeah, it's like when you read a book like that, it makes you want to dive into more of that topic. It was really well written and a wonderful book. 5 stars for me. But anyway, I posted, what I was reading, that I gave that 5 stars, and then I'm going to be starting this one next, Agnes Aubert, but I'm also starting Waves of Undead. So I need to put these on my Goodreads and go ahead and get started with both of these so I can make some. I'll probably focus more on this one just because I have to finish this by Saturday. And this one is 353 pages. So I think I'll read both. Like this one I can read right before bed, since I'm doing my eyeballs. And this I can listen and read, get used to the narrator, and then I can listen to it for the rest of it. But that's pretty much what I got up to. And then my husband is cooking dinner. So as soon as we go on our next sprint, that's probably what I'm going to do is go ahead and eat with him. He's on vacation. So we've been doing things this week. So let's see. So Jen posted that Nugget just X me out of YouTube. That's her kitty cat. And I'm like, oh, Nugget. Alicia Yo popped in. So I'm not sure if Alicia Yo is still here or not, but let us know what you're up to, Alicia, if you are. What you're getting up to for the evening. Jamie is here. Hello, Cat and Company. I had a doctor's appointment earlier and then went to see the Sheep Detectives. How was that? I've heard the name of it, but I'm not quite sure what's involved in the movie. And Jen said, that was a lazy sprint for me. Well, you deserve it. You've been decluttering and everything. So you deserve to, I wouldn't say lazy. You deserve to rest after your very productive day. And Swank wants to know how the Sheep Detective is. I want to see it so bad. And M says she's at 79% in A Midsummer's Night's Dream. I love that play by Shakespeare. That's one thing, too. There is a character in this book. His name is Mickey. And because Sister Maple reads Shakespeare. First, they had Hamlet, and then there's another play that they do afterwards, not one that I was familiar with. And the little boy quotes, like when he's in conversation, he'll quote something from Hamlet. And it's funny because, like, Sister Maple will respond from a line in Hamlet. So it's really cute to have that little addition in there. But how are you liking A Midsummer Night's Dream? And yes, definitely a big draw as a global history teacher. Yeah, when we visited New York, we didn't get to go to any of the other any parts of New York. We stayed mainly in Manhattan, but we did go to the Metropolitan Museum of Art, and we also went to the Natural History Museum, which is incredible. Again, can't see it all in one visit, but we loved our visit. It was just way too short, and I can't wait to go back one day. I really can't. I felt like we were so close because Andrew wanted to go see an exhibit that's happening. I think it's Michelangelo's Raphael, something like that. And he wanted to see a comedian, and the comedian only performs one night, like on a Saturday or something. And the longer you wait, the more expensive it is. So, like, April would have been our window of time for us to go, but it just did not work. And I was sad because I would have loved to have gone to New York again, have an opportunity to go back to the Metropolitan Museum of Art. I would have gone to MoMA because I want to see Starry Night. But I'm trying to convince my husband to go to New York. He's always been one that's like not really interested, which I can't even imagine. But his friend that he works with, his friend Alan, that he's really close to, his friend Alan had to go see a specialist there. So he and his wife went, and because he had the appointment, they decided to kind of make it like a little mini vacation too. And of course, he was singing the praises of all the things they did. So I'm like, see, it's like it's got to be somebody else that tells him how great something is. Like he doesn't believe me. But anyway, yeah, there's just so much to see. I mean, I think you could visit like numerous times and every time see something, a little bit different. And Swink got to 24 more pages to read. And ooh, I'm saving that for June, doing the amazing readathon and need to make my TBR. I know I'm excited about what I have left to read, which are my 2 books. I'm very excited about that. I got my movies to finish watching, but I want to have some time because I need to start thinking about what I want to read for June. I want to do a summer plans video, like I've done in the past, and that kind of spans my whole summer. I mean, I know summer is like towards the end of June, so I have time to kind of think about it. I don't have to like jump in immediately, but I would like to have a book to start off with because I am participating in summer book bingo. And even though I never worry about, she used to do a little prize, like a little gift card prize. This year she's not because she has something going on and she won't have the time to devote to, and I'm talking about Tiffany at Beautiful Minutia. She won't have the time to devote to like calculating, which doesn't matter to me, but I would love for 1 year to be able to black out my whole board. Do you think you have 3 months to do that it wouldn't be hard? But I have not been able to do it since I participated. And it's not about that. It's just about, trying to read, different things. And I like to try to read things that are on my shelf already. So that I'm getting these books that I've had on my shelf for years read. And then Jasmine just got home from work, so popping back in for a little bit. Yay! Woot woot. And it was very cute, but very different from the book. Oh, so it's based on a book. Okay. Well, I didn't know it was a book. I know, me either. It seems like a lot of movies are based on a book, so you just have to kind of look it up and see. In fact, the movie that we saw yesterday, Valley of the Dead, was based on a book. It's a Spanish film. It takes place in Spain, like during the Nazi occupation, time period. And I didn't have any idea it was that. Now, if you do watch it, it is dubbed in English, so you don't have to even worry really about looking at subtitles. And M's loving it. It was a favorite in high school, but I remembered very little about it. Yeah, I enjoyed it. Andrew had to read it in high school, so I read it when he did because it was not required for me to read it. My requirements for high school were Hamlet and Macbeth. And in college, I had to read Othello. So I never read Romeo and Juliet until Andrew had to read it in high school. And then I didn't read Midsummer's Night Dream. And then I didn't read all of the plays. But the Cozy Cottage Book Club did a book that was about Shakespeare's plays, like a handful of them. But it was told for children. It's part of my group of books that I've been wanting to get that are just beautifully illustrated. McAllister is the lady who writes the book. I'm trying to see. Melissa McAllister, maybe. But anyway, so I got to read an abridged version of those different plays in there. And I did read a little portion of Julius Caesar because Andrew had to read that also. But yeah, I need to do a deep dive into Shakespeare's plays, but a little bit at a time. And I probably have to have a study, like some kind of study guide so I understand what's going on. And Kaylin says, I saw Starry Night last year. It's lovely, of course. You lucky duck. I would sit there and sob in front of the Starry Night, and they'd be like, lady, you need to leave. You're causing problems. I'm just so emotional with Van Gogh. And then Jen said, just wait until after the World Cup. They are hiking up the prices for everything, but there's so much beyond Manhattan, too. I know. We stayed at a wonderful hotel, and I just love being able to walk everywhere. But yeah, I'll get back, hopefully, at some point. If you go back to New York, you need to stay at the Library Hotel. Where's the Library Hotel located? It has to be close to what we're doing, because I don't really want to have to rely on buses or taxis or anything like that. I'm one of these people that likes to walk, and like really, unless I absolutely have to. And I would like to try to take the subway at least once. Even if I get on the subway and we just ride a little bit and get off at the next stop, I don't even care. I just want to say I rode a subway for the experience. Are you participating in anything this June? Well, Summer Book Bingo, Big Book Summer, which is the entire summer. I'll probably, if I have time, I might read a Western in celebration of June on the Range. But not like wholeheartedly is a better way of saying it. But I might read one of my Westerns just in celebration. Kelsey's doing a Patreon, readathon, watchathon. I'm not going to read anything, I don't think, for it, because it's specific decades. But I think I may watch a movie from every decade that she picks. So I'm planning on doing that. Like, I haven't really sketched out what I'm going to do, because June is when I go on my scrapbooking trip. And Kelsey's going to actually be going on that scrapbooking trip too. It's close to her house. So anyway, I really need to spend the beginning part of June getting all my stuff together for my scrapbooking trip or whatever. So I do need to make some different little folders and stuff that I have all my things that I want to do. And I might spend some time working on my Edgar Allan Poe journal that I started when we went to when I went to that scrapbook retreat house back in February. But I don't have really any set hard and fast. Those are the only like things I'm going to participate in. I need a break after 5 months of hardcore readathons, hosting and co-hosting. I need like a break. And then so yeah, that's all I'm going to be doing. And then like reading with my Beaumont Brady Bunch group. We're going to read a Beaumont book, a JP Beaumont, and a Joanna Brady. I also need to start my Sue Grafton books, my ABC mystery books, because I'm supposed to be reading that whole entire series this year because of the alphabet. So yeah, those are what I'm planning on doing in June. Loosey Goosey. The book is called 3 Bags Full by Leonie Swan. It's a fun short mystery from the point of view of the sheep. Like when I think about sheep, I think of Shaun of the Sheep. Isn't that it? Shaun of the Sheep or Shaun Sheep, something like that. Wallet and Gromit, that whole, the creator of that. I love that. And sending out thank yous to readers who have left reviews on my books. Nice. Very nice. Did I miss one of your other? Oh, you're sending out thank yous. Okay, that's what you're doing. Okay. Thought maybe I forgot something. Beyond Van Gogh came here, and it was awesome. It's an immersive art experience. Yes, we had that in New Orleans as well. And my husband and I went, and my husband probably thought, what is wrong with her? Because I was so emotional the whole entire time I was there. It's like I had just like immersed in all of Van Gogh, and it was absolutely beautiful. I loved it. It's 2 blocks from Times Square. That's interesting. I'll have to see. I'll have to see like if it's in my budget to be able to stay there. I mean, although the hotel we stayed at was kind of pricey, but I loved it because literally it was within 20 to 30 minutes of everything we planned to do when we were in New York, like by walking. So that was really nice. And you busy, busy, Cat? Yes, unfortunately, I'm too busy. I need to slow down. I want the summer to be like a lazy river summer where I can just read and take my time and watch what I want to watch and just like go with the flow. And really my scrapbook event is my biggest thing that I'm doing this summer that I know of. Something could crop up. I really, really probably should also plan a trip to see my aunt who lives in Utah. The last time I visited my aunt and my cousins was in July of 2021. So I really should make a trip to go see her as well. So, but I got to get in touch with my cousin and see when the best time would be. So maybe a trip in like July, August, September. I don't know. We'll have to see if it's in the cards for me to do that. Okie dokie. So we are at our last comment. So we are going to. Oh, I told an untruth here. Yes, take it easy and enjoy yourself, my friend. Yeah. Yeah, I'm ready for a little break. I'm so excited to slow down the summer. Just one more week between me and a break. Woohoo! Love that. I love that. We need to have professional applause for that. Yes, indeed. Okay, so let's read our story and then we're going to go to our next sprint. Keep an eye on this time. I feel like it's later than it actually is, probably because I have something to do after this. So, our story is called Next Door Neighbors. We have new frogs living in the waffle iron next door. He is a Tabscent salesman for a dog company, and she teaches crayon in a private roller coaster. Last night, we were invited to their hoity toity home for potluck cat. We brought a crusty mushroom casserole. After dinner, we went into their quickly decorated family lotion, sat in front of their roaring seahorse, and toasted candles. Before we left, our host insisted on taking out his enchanted elf, which we mistook for an ancient Ronald McDonald, to play a few country bottles on it. All in all, it was a disturbed evening, and since then, the four of us have become as thick as cows. It's so ridiculous on so many levels. Going to transition upstairs next sprint and make a new declutter list for this weekend. Sounds good. Oh, wait, let's see. Whoops. Rich frog neighbors with family lotion. I know. And says the floors are numbered according to the Dewey Decimal System, and there are books everywhere. That sounds lovely. I would love that. An ancient Ronald McDonald is creepy. I know. And the fact that the guy is a withered, decaying salesman for a dog company, I thought was hilarious. I was just thinking as like, the zombie kind of person. And oh, I love the elf that looked like an ancient Ronald McDonald. I love that it was an enchanted elf. I love the alliteration. Super silly, 100%. That's 100% sounds like a disturbed evening. It does. It does. But I did think it was hilarious that they were invited to a hoity toity home. I just love all the alliteration that happened without really, trying. The crusty mushroom casserole could be good depending on how you interpret crusty. Like, is it crusty like it has a good pie crust? Flaky and yummy crusty like that? Or is it crusty like, I don't know, like dried on drool on your face, just crusty? Is it like that? I guess it's on how you interpret crusty. Yeah. I don't know. But and then you toast candles, which I don't even know how that's even fun because candles are going to melt if you're toasting them, but you're in front of a roaring seahorse. So I've never seen one of those. Not really sure about that. But yeah, it was funny. That was funny. Hoity toity house. I'm a little disappointed I said enchanted instead of hexed. It's okay. It's okay. An enchanted elf is pretty fun. I mean, especially since it was mistook for an ancient Ronald McDonald. I dried on drool. I know. I'm sorry. What an image. I mean, there's a lot of crusty things out there. So, depending on how you interpret crusty in the story, will be how you have to go on with life. It's so ridiculous. Okay. Now we are going on our next sprint, another 45 minutes of bliss. I'm going to go eat my dinner. I think we're having hamburger steak and Brussels sprouts. That's what I think we're having. My husband is doing Brussels sprouts. He's doing them in a different way. He's not roasting them, so we'll see. Anne says it has a lounge area where you can just sit and relax and read. That would be lovely. The only way I could get away with that, though, I would have to go by myself because I don't think my husband wants to sit around and read, or I'd have to get up earlier than him, or if he takes a nap. He's not a big reader. He likes to read like nonfiction stuff, but he doesn't read all the time. Mike! Woot woot! Look who's in the house. Mike is in the house. And I'm having hamburgers right now. Our grill broke, so stovetop it is. Yeah, I'm not. He might be doing our stovetop too. I didn't think he was grilling them. So yeah, we're gonna have ours that way as well on the stovetop. I think I'm gonna go see, but it smells good. I can the scent that's wafting underneath my door. Bailey's knocked out. She's laying on the floor. Oh yeah, I did give her like lots of kisses too. I'm back and Culver's was delicious. Woohoo! I'm so glad. You deserve to have a delicious dinner on your birthday. And perfect timing too, Alicia. We are going on a sprint. So you can get yourself settled back at home and decide what you're going to do next. So our kitty cat is started. Amber says, I'm back later than planned, but had to grocery shop, and I hope you had a good doctor's visit as well. Happy sprinting. Welcome back. How did everybody do that sprint? I ate dinner and we had hamburgers, like a hamburger steak, I guess you would say, no bun. And my husband did grill them on the grill outside. And then we did Brussels sprouts. He kind of coated them a little bit with like panko breadcrumbs and he put them in the air fryer and they came out very crunchy and good. I like Brussels sprouts. Anyway, so I ate and talked to him for a few minutes, then came back. I put this book and Waves of the I want to say Waves of the Undead, but it's Waves of Undead. I put those both on Goodreads, as that I'm currently reading, and I started this one. So I'm listening to it to get a feel for the narrator, and I did make it to chapter 2. So I can't really say, anything about it because I'm just getting into it. Agnes is trying to find a new place for her like cat rescue group, I guess. She runs a cat rescue. And she's like striking out in that first chapter. But anyway, I think it's going to be fun. I love cats and I want to see what's going to happen. So, yeah, that is what I got up to. That 45 minutes went pretty quickly. Alicia is going to continue reading her nonfiction. Amber's appointment went all right. We were trying some meds out, so hopefully everything can go back to normal. I hope so. I really do hope so. Brian popped in, finishing up at work. Hope to be on soon. So hopefully he's safe getting here. And Anne said, if you go to New York City, you have to go to the Strand bookstore and the world's largest Barnes and Nobles. I've seen Jen at the Barnes and Nobles. We stopped at a Strand bookstore. Is there more than one? It wasn't huge, but I'm pretty sure it was called the Strand. So I don't know if they have smaller versions of it, but we did stop in one on our last visit there. Thank you, Susan, for being here. I had told you goodbye in the chat, but you were probably long gone. But I'm so glad you were here. I love hanging out with you, and hopefully I'll see you soon. And Anne says, has anyone flown recently? Does my medicine need to be in bottles or can it be in my weekly planner? When you talk about weekly planner, is it one of those like strips, like Monday through Friday thing? I haven't flown. My last time I flew was when I went to go see my sister in January of last year. And I know things have changed since then. I think that is the last time I flew. But I have had my medicine in different kind of containers, but I don't know if that's changed before. It didn't have to be in the original. And Swank got to page 71 in her book. Shannon finished her thank you notes to readers, now setting up 2 library thing giveaways. Excellent. I love a good giveaway. Kaylin says, sounds like a good dinner. It was yummy. It was. I thought it was yummy. And I appreciate my husband cooking for us. And Stormy's here. Hello, Stormy. What are you up to? And Jamie said, ugh, no reading that sprint. Spent the whole sprint on the phone with my insurance group and trying to find an in-network specialist. That is the worst. I'm in the process of trying to find a primary care physician so that I can get some blood work done. I do not have a primary care physician because whenever I need to go to the doctor, I just go to the walk-in clinic. So I've already struck out twice. Both of the doctors I considered, both were recommended to me. The one doctor, it says that she sees new patients, but guess what? She only allows one new patient every 6 months. So I think it needs to say something like takes only 2 patients a year. And then if you're the lucky person, that gets to be one of the patients. So that doesn't work. And then the other people, I'm on a waiting list. So I'm still in the process of trying to figure it out. Amy took a shower and then did a face mask and scrolled on my phone. That sounds nice. You're practicing some self-care. And Amber got further in her audiobook, about halfway now. It's zombie adjacent. Make Me a Monster by Kaylin Bayron. Nice. Like that. And I think there's more than one strand. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was called The Strand. I mean, it wasn't a huge bookstore. I mean, it was a decent sized bookstore. I didn't buy anything. Did not buy anything. I'm like, nope, I'm not going to buy anything. And Mike's had just been relaxing with Daisy. Aw. And there is more than one strand. Yeah. Okay. Well, then we went to that one and looked around. I can't remember if Andrew bought something or not. Alicia got to page 229 out of 288 in her book and started getting kids ready for bed. Hopefully they don't fight you. Alicia, do you allow your kids to stay up a little bit later during the summer, or they have their same schedule? And Jamie flew in March, and my meds were in a pill caddy. Okay, Anne, so there's an answer for you if you're still here. And Zach said, I'm almost done with Emma by Jane Austen. It's my third one. So far, I like it much, much less than Sense and Sensibility or Mansfield Park. I liked Emma less than Sense and Sensibility. However, by the time I got to the end of Emma, like at the beginning, I was like, I don't know about this. But by the time I finished Emma, I appreciated it much more. So I don't know if you'll feel that way, Zach, by the end of it. But I did like Sense and Sensibility better. And did I miss the Mad Libs? Received a call from home, another family death. Oh, I'm so sorry, Angela. Yes, I did read the Mad Libs. I can read it again if you would like me to, Angela. I don't mind. It's not very long. And Jen said only one official strand. The others are flagships. Fun fact, it's a historic landmark. Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, well, then we went to a flagship. Because is the official strand, because the one we went to was in Manhattan. So I just went through that, Cat. I had to find a new PCP last month. Yeah, I'm particular about who I go to because my dermatologist wants me to do blood work specifically to test my thyroid. And I know that they're going to probably, I don't know if they're just going to do blood work on the thyroid. If not, if they do a whole panel, then they're going to look at my numbers and be like, oh, you need to be on this, this, and this. And I'm not taking medication unless I absolutely have to. And so I don't want to get into a tangle with anybody. Be like, I just need the blood work. Just give it to me. My other alternative is to ask to see if I can get my blood work done through my gynecologist. Since she is my doctor, she's not a primary doctor, but I do go see her for wellness visits. So I don't know if it's possible. I should have had blood work done. I just didn't feel like I needed it, but I could have done it when I went for my well woman visit. Stormy said, not doing much as it's too hot to go upstairs right now. So watching Last Man Standing with Dad downstairs that is what he is watching. Finished a book earlier. Excellent. Well, there's nothing wrong with relaxing. I think that's wonderful. I love that. And oh, sorry to hear that, Angela. I know. I am sad to hear that. And Jen said the one you want to go to is Union Square. That's where me and Krista went last year. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, so that's the original one. Well, I'll have to do that the next time I go, and go to the Barnes and Nobles. I'd like to go to the library too. I would love to go to the library. And try ZocDoc on Google. ZocDoc on Google. Well, my thing is I've been researching, and I would like to go to a doctor that practices more holistically. I could go to Dr. Prashanti, who I went to a couple of years ago. She's an internal medicine doctor plus a cardiologist. And I like Dr. Prashanti, but I don't want to be vegan. And so I know she's going to want to go through all that. And I just don't want it. I don't want to. And Alicia says, I try to keep them on their regular schedules, but Friday can stay up an extra hour. That's a good plan, I think. especially because you have things that you do with them, thematic things, and it's so hard if they're not on a schedule, and then you got to try to retrain them before school starts. That's a pain. I think that's smart. Kaylin said, I just flew to and I use those pill containers, the Monday through Sunday ones. That's how I usually carry them. That's how I've done it also. And my friend did. But I mean, like I said, it's been a little bit. I can't imagine them saying that I mean, can't do it that way. But Anne's saying thank you for that. I'll go back and rewatch it, Kat. Okay, well, that's up to you. I don't mind rereading it. Zach said, I actually like the first 200 pages of Emma the best. It's just, she's a teenager, and so you're trying to get into that mindset and then like her outlook on stuff, and then she kind of changes for the better, in my opinion. And yes, they are all in Manhattan. The original is in Union Square. Okay. I mean, you can tell I have no idea where everything is. I just knew what my little area that we were in. By the time we left in our little short stay, we kind of knew our streets of where things were connected and all that. But we did use our GPS. Amanda says, I'm watching Dracula 1992 for World Dracula Day, which was actually yesterday. I saw that. Thought that was pretty cool. Alicia said, I just had my blood work through my OBGYN office, also my annual mammogram and everything. Yeah, I did too, but I did not do the blood work. And now I could kick myself for not getting it done because I don't think there would have been much difference. It's only been a couple of months. Well, we are very sad that you got that news, Angela. And believe it or not, I have never been to the library on Fifth. Really? That's the one with the big lions in front, correct? That's the one I'm envisioning. And we went to the Barnes and Nobles there. My best friend won't go back because they wouldn't let him use the bathroom without buying something. That's not unusual for places to do that. In fact, I know like our PJ's coffee, like you have to go ask for the key at the counter. And so if you're not going to buy anything, they're not going to give you the key because there was a lot of people that just go in to use the restroom. And I mean, I'm sure your friend's not doing anything nefarious in the bathroom, but I think it's based on that. And you do have to be super blunt and they will try to pressure you, but you just tell the doctors no. Oh yeah, that happened to me. I mean, that's why I ended up with Dr. Prashanti because of the endocrinologist I went to go see, who basically was condescending and laughed at me and like I was a child. And I'm like, I'm sorry, but these meds, some of them, the research shows they're linked to dementia, and when you're dealing with a family member that has dementia, it's like you don't want that for yourself. Yes. Okay. So if I go to New York one day, Jen, you and I can go to the library together, amongst other things. Matthew said, my Zombie-thon giveaway book just came to the door. Yay! Okay, well, that wasn't too bad. That was only a couple of weeks, so not too bad at all. And I mean, I'm not going to pressure you because you're reading Cell, but you can always save it for next year if you want to participate or read it during the summer. I enjoyed it. I hope you like it as much as I did. It was a lot of fun. And the illustrations are super cute. And yeah, he was butthurt about the bathroom thing. Yeah, I can imagine because I've had that happen where I've needed to use the restroom, but I didn't particularly need to get anything. Sometimes you got to go when you got to go. And that is what I usually do first thing is tell them that I want to be as holistic as possible. Yeah. And I mean, that's what I loved about Dr. Prashanti is she, looks at all those avenues and everything, but her, she believes in a vegan diet or whatever. It's not sustainable for me. And I don't want to feel guilty, having to go to somebody and be like, or like say, oh yeah, sure, I'm doing that. And but she's not a mean person. I just don't want to deal with that every time. Yes, we will have fun. We will have a lot of fun. And I have been looking up recipes and also looking into food as medicine cookbooks. Yeah. Food is your natural healer, or it could be your natural disaster. And I say that because cutting out my gluten and as much as possible. I'm not perfect with the gluten, but limiting my dairy and my gluten, my hands feel 100 times better than they were feeling. I don't have trigger finger. I had 3 fingers that had trigger finger, and all 3 of those fingers have healed. I do not have that anymore, which is the trigger finger is just inflammation, and I don't have any of that anymore. My hands feel much better. I'm not having issues with my wrists or my tendons. It used to be when I would do certain exercises on the floor, I could not do like anything where I had to put weight on my wrists because it would hurt so bad. And now I can. Like I can do push-ups and do certain exercises in the little workouts I do. And so that has been a game changer. So yeah, a lot of things can be solved with eating properly and getting rid of sugar. Sugar is another big thing, which I'm going to be doing a sugar detox very soon. June 1st is a Monday. That's my date, Monday. And I need to go back to where I detox from the sugar. And I'm talking about added sugar. Obviously, if you eat an apple or an orange, it's going to have some sugar. But it's natural sugar as opposed to added sugar and all those additives or whatever. So that is my plan. And we need to have a meetup for sure. Yes, we do. And if you ever get to Louisiana, we'll have another meetup when you come here. That'll be fun too. There's still research being done, but the shingles vaccine is related to preventing dementia. So if you haven't gotten it, you might want to consider that as well. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to get that. And no, I'm the same. I won't give up my bacon and hamburgers. Yeah, there's so much conflicting data. And I think the other thing too is like what works for one person isn't going to necessarily work for somebody else. So there are plenty of people that can be vegan and that's their lifestyle and they do wonderful and they don't miss any of that. I know people that try to do the carnivore diet, where they're just mainly eating that without any kind of carbs or whatever. But that kind of scares me too, because then your cholesterol gets way too high. A friend of mine had a heart attack. He's the same age as I am. And so he was doing carnivore for a long period of time. Something happened within his heart. I'm not saying it's because he did carnivore. Could have been something else beside that, but his high level of cholesterol didn't help. He's fine, but guess what? His doctor doesn't want him on that. It also had something to do with blood pressure too. So, but yeah, I see so much like conflicting information, and then, if you're a woman and you're postmenopausal, things are different, it's like it's too much. You don't know who to believe because it seems like everybody is trying to sell you something. I don't like that. Admire your goals. Sugar is a definite weakness for me. It is for me too. The thing about it is if you can eliminate it, at least for me, if I can eliminate it, like the first few days are hard, but once I get over that hump, then I don't miss it. And then I'm fine. Yes, I'll try to read this week if I can. If not, I can probably read for the Halloween event. That's true, because I will tell you, Matthew, it's not strictly zombies. It's all different kind of monsters. And I thought that was kind of cool too. Like there are zombies, but there's also like they have this big monster named Blarg, and that's Jack's arch nemesis. There's some of them, the monsters are like good and can be like a pet, and then some of them are just totally off the wall. And they kind of remind you of animals that they've kind of turned into like a monster. So yeah, definitely, I think it works really well. It would work really well for Halloween. In fact, if I can get the other books, I got two books, but they're in the future. Like if I can get the second book, I might do that for Halloween too. For sure. I know you're far from Lake Charles, but next time I go visit my friend, I will let you know. Yeah. Yeah, I'd have to see the distance for Lake Charles, but it's the kind of thing we could meet in the middle. There's all kinds of places in the middle. It depends on if you and your friend are going to go to New Orleans. And Zach, that's what I heard about the shingles vaccine as well. I've had shingles, and believe me, no one wants shingles. No, that's awful. My mother-in-law had shingles, and a friend that I worked with had it. And Alicia said, I truly think it's everything in moderation, but also look at the ingredients and everything. Same. My doctor just told me to cut out added sugar in my coffee and tea. That's good. I was vegetarian for 15 years, then my mom died and I needed comfort food. Yeah, I can do better with like vegetarian. But vegan's hard. I've been vegan, having some fish for years, and it helped me in so many ways with my health, but it's different for everyone. Yes. So you see, I wouldn't mind. That's what I ended up doing anyway when I first saw Dr. Prashanti. I still ate shrimp. I still had my salmon. I mean, I didn't eat it necessarily every day, but I did have it as protein sources and a protein source. And I don't eat a lot of red meat to begin with, but every once in a while I like to have a hamburger, you know. Kat, your best bet is to see a dietitian. They have actual degrees in food, including the chemistry and everything else. Doctors don't have enough nutrition training. Dietitians will tell you how to prioritize. Yeah, I've thought about that too. I did see one years ago. And so that's why a lot of the things I know what I need to do, I can go ahead and put that in practice. But yeah, balance, not restriction, unless there's a legit medical reason. 100%. I agree with that. Best thing that worked for me, and I need to start again, is upping my protein and just watching my calorie intake, portion control. Yeah. Which I'm doing pretty good with that. My issue is adding, like, what ends up derailing me is old school April. That's my fault. I mean, I don't have to eat all those old school snacks. That's just me, excited about doing all of that. But what ends up happening is, like, I had bought my box of Pop Tarts, and once they were gone, that should have been it. But no, since my first box of Pop Tarts went away, I ended up buying two more. But I did finish my last little thing of Pop Tarts today, and I'm not buying any more. So anything I have left in the house that's like a sweet treat, that's it. Come June 1st, I'm just going to have to. Now, with that being said, on my scrapbook event, I did this last year, and on my scrapbook event, I do bring something sweet, but I try to have snacks that are healthier. I buy my chomps, and I buy like chips that have hardly any ingredients in them. I have to just look at what the ingredient base in, because I do like to have something. But with that being said, I usually get like a bag of Reese's peanut butter cups. And that's kind of like my guilty pleasure. I don't eat the whole thing though. And yes, Stormy, I agree with that. I also struggle with that. My ADHD meds suppress my hunger, so I wind up binging when I get home. I need to eat more protein so that doesn't happen. Yeah. Dad derails me with bringing home fried foods all the time. Well, and we live in Louisiana, and fried foods is a big thing. Now, I don't eat a lot of fried foods. And when we do have something, we'll use our air fryer, and that does help immensely instead of actually doing that. But I mean, every once in a while, it's nice to have a piece of fried catfish, or a fried oyster po' boy. But I mean, I don't have that all the time. So I think if you end up having that occasionally, it's not a big deal. And then a lot of times, like, my husband and I will split. So we'll split a oyster po' boy instead of eating the whole thing. Yesterday we went to a new place called Flava, and I'm saying it the exact way it's spelled. And we did try these egg rolls. It was like a Philly steak egg roll, and we split our hamburger. So we split everything instead of having our own, and it was fine. My mistake was ordering the strawberry shake to go with it. I've been trying different snacks as well. I recently discovered True Fruit. It's freeze dried fruit dipped in chocolate. That sounds yummy. Really does. So yeah, it'll be interesting to get back to how I was eating previously, when I first started going to see Dr. Prashanti, but I still have to add some kind of protein in there, um, whatever it may be. But it'll be all good. All good. It is 6:58, so our next sprint is going to be about 20 minutes so that we have a little bit of time to talk in between, and then everybody can get ready, because I know there's quite a few people here that's going to be going to the middle grade March book club meeting. So I want to give people time to do that. So I'm going to say 20 minutes for our last sprint, since we were talking a little bit. So hopefully that's okay with y'all. This will be our last sprint of the evening. Okay, let me just make sure. We got everything going. Yep. Okay, there's the clock. Amy says, I'm taking off. Have a good night, everyone. Bye, Amy. Good to see you. Sounds good to Alicia and good to go for me. Excellent. Thank you so much for being here, Amy. I appreciate you very much. Then I'll be getting kiddos to bed and prepping for my sprint. Sounds good. Alicia, put your sprints in the chat so that everybody can see if they want to join you afterwards. Thanks for being here, Swank. Okay, happy sprinting, everybody. Hello. Welcome back. How did everybody do? I read another chapter in Agnes Aubert's Mystical Cat Shelter. I'm liking it. I'm finding I'm finding out more about Agnes. We're back at her little cat rescue. Anybody that loves cats would probably love this book. But anyway, I'm enjoying it so far. I mean, I haven't gotten very far. I'm only in chapter 3, but I'm getting used to the narrator. It's also, there's a lot of French, so I'm assuming it's taking place there. There is magic because her situation is affected because of some magicians decided to do a duel in a city street. And so that's why she's in the predicament she's in. So that is very interesting as well. So yeah, I'm curious to see what's going to happen with it. It's good so far. And that is all I did. And then I kind of was just looking at text and stuff like that. But that's what I got up to in my last moments. Anyone looking for additional sprints, Alicia will be starting very soon. She will start at 7:30, so in about 9 minutes, if anybody wants to hop on her channel. And Anne said, the psychiatrist told me that one of my meds was causing my cholesterol to skyrocket. I am going to a cholesterol specialist next week. Well, good luck with that. Cheese and milk are my weaknesses. Yeah, I love cheese. So what I do is I mean, it wasn't like I ate it tons of cheese before, but I don't drink milk. I drink coconut milk. That's what I use, but I don't drink milk anymore. So I don't have that issue. I love milk, regular cow's milk. I think it's delicious, but that's one of the things that had to go. But yep, I just use cheese sparingly. Molly said, just stopping by to hug the like button. Hope you get the cholesterol down. And me too. I second that. Good to see you, Molly. I will note that there are at least 1 month gap between the first 200 pages of Emma and the rest of it. I had to prioritize other things for a while. An end might be better if I read it in one shot. Probably. Thank you so much, Alicia, for being here. I'm off to set up for my sprints. Have a good night, everyone. Bye, Alicia, and happy birthday again, my friend. Hey, Dee, I finally got home, had unexpected errands. I hope all are well, and I'm starting House on Haunted Hill in celebration of Vincent Price's birthday. Is his birthday today? And House on Haunted Hill is such a fun movie. Excellent one to watch. And always good to see you, ED. Kristen finally got to the halfway part of Dead Fake, and I'm on the fence about it. It's been a lot of background information and build up. Still sending out books to winners of the library thing giveaway. Nice. Jen listened to about 10 chapters in the last 2 sprints while trying to figure out a new layout for my book room. I know I'm waiting. My husband, we thought it was going to rain, which it did rain, but it was not very long, and it was just more of a little shower. But he's working on the deck outside. So I know anytime that he is working on that, I'm like, go for it, because our deck is terrible. It's in shambles. And but I am chomping at the bit for him to please put my bookcase together, because I'm at a standstill. I don't want to put any more books on my shelves if I got to move everything around. So I'm chomping at the bit for that. I think I can squeeze it in, and I don't have to move any other furniture. It'll be a tight little fit, but I need it. And more reading accomplished. Gold star, Amber. I was going to relax in my chair, but Misty had claimed it. Boy, Nugget and Misty are like up to shenanigans today, huh? And well, surprise, Cat, I just got my audiobook hold of Agnes Aubert and listened to chapter 1. You're just a little bit ahead of me. Yeah, so I probably will listen to a little more, because when I hop off of here, I'm going to go get ready, get in my jammies and get all ready for bed. So that way, when it's time for the middle grade march, I can be part of that chat and then hop into bed and start my zombie book. Because I don't think my husband's going to be up long enough. He said his back was kind of bothering from bending over so much working on the deck. So I know he's watching a little TV, and he's probably going to be sleeping before I even finish the middle grade March. Read some more of Cell. Thanks for sprints. Thanks for being here, Matthew. And I'm so glad you got your book. That means everybody got their book. I don't know if anybody was here when Corey won the book on my last sprints. He's pretty new to the community and to Zombie-thon, and I didn't hear from him for a little bit. Well, come to find out, he had a detached retina and ended up having to have emergency surgery to repair it, so he cannot see out of that eye currently. But I was able to mail his book off to him yesterday morning, so hopefully he'll receive his next week. Although I will tell you, the postmaster woman at the post office, I hate when I get her because she makes me feel like I'm a criminal using media mail. And I'm like, lady, you act like it's coming out of your own pocket, and it's not. I have no problems with any of the other postal clerks when I go. I never have. In fact, one of the postal clerks was the one that told me years ago about sending books media mail. Otherwise, I would have had no clue. But anyway, of course, I get her, and then she's going to grill me about what is in the pack. I'm like, it's a book. And she's like, well, is there any letters in there? And I'm like, no, there is not a letter. So I was like, nah. Anyway, I just told Corey, hopefully my grouchy postmaster lady won't decide to open up my package and delay it, because they have the right to do that if they want to. They can take your media mail and they can unwrap your package and unwrap like I put my books, I wrap them. And the reason I do that is it adds an extra level of protection to the book. And then I make sure, anybody that gets my book, Matthew can attest to it. Anybody who's ever received a book from me, I tape it with packing tape, so much packing tape that you really need to have scissors to open it up. And the reason I do that is because I don't want it to be damaged, when it gets there. But anyway, that's my rant about my grouchy postmaster lady. When I got her, I was just like, because every time I mail something with her, she questions me. I'm like, lady, I feel like taking a picture of myself and having you put it on the counter so that you can remember me and not have to question me like I'm this media mail criminal lady. And happy birthday to Alicia from Caitlin. I keep saying I'm going to get another Billy bookcase to have them all match, but I want to unhaul books first. Well, I'm trying to get all my books on my shelves, and then that way I can decide what I'm keeping, what I'm not. I need the space. I want to put all my picture books on the bottom in this room. That way it makes me get other room on my bookshelf that's out in the foyer where all my middle grade books are. I also want to do middle grade books on this other shelf. I have to decide if I'm moving Agatha Christie out of this room and putting her in general population in my library in the living room. It's but I can't do that until I have the space. That's me. I know, poor Barry. He was working out there and he was bending down. I did contribute a little bit to the deck. I don't know if you've ever seen the little thing that is a chalk line where you make it straight and then you pop it. Well, I had to hold it for two of the things that he had laid down so he could pop it. So that was my contribution for it. And I did go to Lowe's with him when he went and bought the boards yesterday. And I went with him to get the nails today, more nails. Yeah, weird mail lady. It's really? What difference does it make? I could understand if people are sending non-media stuff, but it's just weird to me. It's so what if there is... Even if there was a letter in there, the majority of the package is taken up by the book. Thank you so much, Jamie, for being here. Have a good rest of your week, everyone. With that, let me just remind everybody that attends Saturday Morning Momentum. We are not having Saturday Morning Momentum this Saturday because I will be with my husband at his family day company get-together. But I will be having Zombie-thon wrap-up sprints on Sunday. starting at 3 o'clock from like 3 to 5:30. It's going to be more like a hangout, kind of like our cocktail hour. So if anybody wants to stop by and just hang out for a little bit, we're going to have an art. We will have like a short, like crafty sprint where people can work on the art thing. There was that confetti stuff in mine. She would have been oh, there was that confetti stuff in mine. She would have been in a mess. Yes, well, I mean, that's like packaging material. I mean, really, you're going to be upset about packaging material? It's like good night. You know what it is they want you to do an upcharge. Like if you have anything extra in there, they want to charge you more. Well, it's like, well, if that's the case, then I'm not going to send it media mail because you're charging me for like a whole thing. And yes, it was packaged real well. It's like Fort Knox. I just want to make sure it gets there all in one piece. And wow, she takes her job way too serious. Oh yeah. Yeah. I'm just thinking to myself, I mean, thank goodness when I mailed Matthew's package, I did not have her because I could just imagine because it was going to Canada. I can imagine everything that I was going to be asked to send this, but I had a nice little guy, and I can't remember what his name is. Darn, he's a newer guy. Two of my guys that I dealt with all the time retired, and I'm very sad about that. I really like them. There's another lady named Lana that I go to, and she's very sweet and helps me. So I always want to get one of them, especially if I'm sending something international, because I'm just like, oh, she's probably going to grill me. I'll probably have to go through a metal detector, and next she'll be frisking me like TSA or something. I don't know. I might even have to like just find a new post office. Just don't even know. I love cat mail. The books I've gotten from you are so well packed. Oh, I try. I want them to be special. I can vouch for your excellent book mailing skills. Perfection. I can't say much for my wrapping of the books, but you will, if a package is not taped like every inch of the package, that means that they busted open the package and was searching it. And why does she care if there's a letter in the book anyway? That's what I'm saying. It's ridiculous because the whole thing is media mail was designed for like educational purposes to get materials, and they're very strict about what you can send. Like for example, you can send film, but you can't send like a VHS or something. I don't know, with a game. You can't send like a game. That's not considered media. I don't know. There's a whole list of different things. But I'm like, I know I read somewhere where you can send like a postcard or a note with the thing to tell the people what it is that you're sending. I'm like, yeah, I mean, and I've sent little books, the little mini books. I just put it in the card and I'm like, I'm taking my chances on it. It's a mini book. So technically it's a mini media mail. That's how I look at it. But, whatevs. Whatever, I cannot help it. Yeah, I need more space. I really don't want to move my book space into a spare room because that is my office gym space and currently is a drop zone. I love seeing my books at the top of my stairs. I know. Thank you for being here, Shannon. Good seeing you. The media mail crook. I know. It's like, she does. She makes me feel like I'm doing something wrong. Like, I'm thinking no one else treats me that way except for her. So I don't know. She's not a very, very nice person, I think. But anyway, if I see her, maybe I'll just turn around and go away. I love my post office because I use a self-serve kiosk and avoid the people and lines. Oh yeah. Well, we're not that fancy. We don't have that. We don't have a self-serve kiosk. Although one of my favorite postal people, because whenever November comes, I'm always mailing out a lot of books at one time. And he's like, you should get it to where you can do it at home. And I'm like, does it cost me anything? And he's like, well, you got to pay for the scale. I'm like, well, I pay for that. If I can come here and have you do it. Anyway, enough of my ranting about the post office, which we do need to support our post office so we can have it. I just don't want to be made like I'm doing something wrong. And I'm like, if it wasn't for me coming to do this, like, don't question me. I'm not doing anything wrong. Okie dokie. So let me take this banner off. But thank y'all very much for being here on this Wednesday. I love seeing y'all and spending time with y'all. And now I'm going to be off to get myself ready to, close out my evening and go to my middle grade March meeting. I think it should be a fun discussion. It was wonderful. I love being with y'all. I hope y'all have a wonderful rest of your evening or morning, depending on where you're at. A wonderful rest of your week. I believe there's a way to just use a kitchen scale and then put the weight in and buy postage on the website and print the label. Maybe so. I'm going to look into it because I got to figure out there's a way. I mean, obviously with Pango, you don't have to go through all that mess. Bye, Shannon. And thanks for Sprint. See you in middle grade March. Same to you, Jen. Thanks for being here, Amber. Hope you feel better. Hope your migraine goes away and the meds work. And I will see y'all on Sunday for anybody that's going to hang out. If not, I will see you back on Wednesday. Have a great evening. Bye, everyone.